Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. Back in our Republic after we took a sudden break last time when I wanted to do a race. The race is now over. It was a lot of fun. Hello to Rickety Railway. Hello, Neocontra. Welcome. We are continuing our game. Demolishing train tracks to set up the new rail line. Hectic music. Hello, Mega Monkey. Yes, feeling a little bit energetic today, let's put it that way. Need a little bit of action. That's why we're doing Workers and Resources. Alright. More housing will be necessary. Well, these houses need to fill up first. As the orphanages start kicking in, the houses should start filling up. And as long as criminality reduction is ongoing, everything should be fine. Next up, we're probably going to extend our housing along the road, setting up another 2 orphanages on this side, getting rid of 1 more orphanage from the top part. This is now ready for demolition. Yes, all the materials except a couple 100 kilograms of food have been removed, and this can now be demolished. All of these orphanages are gonna go away. Probably replaced by housing. First day of 39, my body's already breaking down, muscle ache everywhere, and my knee doesn't work for shit and hurts when walking down the stairs. Welcome. You got there like 2 years early compared to me. But yeah. I managed to get it back under control. But it was not for knee pain. Knee pain is the devil, I would say. I had back pain and I managed to get that under control, thankfully. I'm not sure if there's anything that can be done with exercises for the knee. I think it might need some doctor visit before you do anything, because that could backfire. I mean, it did the same thing for the back pain. Doctor visit first and stuff like that. But yeah, that's yeah, I can relate. It can get better, I think. When in doubt, check out Scooby's advice and shout into a pillow. When in doubt, check out Scooby's advice and shout into a pillow. Okay, that's a rhyme that I'm not saying correctly, it's fine. When in doubt, check out Scooby's advice and shout. Sure. Alright, just gravel. Next train being demolished. We rebuilt our cement train parking spot. It now has a little bit of a line here to go into and then turn around to park next to the cement plant. Very cute. It's waiting right now to enter the area. It's even a little bit longer than the parking station, but it still seems to load fine. In the past, while stepping out of a boat, overextended my knee the wrong way, and I have had some medication. Weakened my tendons, had a whiplash, joint issues. Part of the side effects of my immune suppressant meds, so maybe it's just time to give up and accept that I'm old. Yeah. I mean, you were over 25. You know, every young person you ask is that when you're over 25, it's over. That's like doomsday scenario. All hope is lost. Last bit of track to be demolished. So 14 years ago I got it. Yeah. The human body starts disintegrating at the age of 25. So that's when you technically turned old. I mean, in our republic people get up to age 45, so you still got a couple years in you. Just don't get too close to a heating plant, you'll be fine. But keep working until the end. Oh god, no, we're not... Oh. Every discussion, at least 3 emotes. New emotes I added. It's like... Never change, Mega Monkey. Never change. And after that, we'll demolish this piece of track. Just so we don't have to park here or too long on the main line for things to get demolished. Wait a minute. There's a bit of a node there. There we go. You can move through. I don't know why you're complaining. I guess because I removed a piece of train track and you didn't know that it's clear now. Oh Jesus. Hello Nuno. Welcome. Now it's starting to get grim. I don't know if people can see the emotes that are being added, but it's all about getting old. It's actually glass. Yeah, I just renamed it. Yeah, it looks like... Oh god, the bones are shattering. It's like, what the hell? It's really grim. Forgotten how quick the trains brake. Thought that the train was gonna T-bone the other. Nah, the trains brake really quickly. No problems here. 2x game speed. Well, they still brake really quickly in front of the signal. Gonna have a lot of space here now. Can throw a lot of stuff out. Even extend our industry area off of this rail section. We could have another piece of track coming out and then reconnecting back to the exit, the double track one. Would work just fine. Oh, that unassigned the bridge construction. Sorry. Still assigned. It's funny, if you manually press the stop button, they will slow down realistically. Yeah, that's nice. I like that button. I mean, they even run into a station really, really quickly. Same brake distance. Yep, I think I'm happy with this rework. It's not overloading that single piece of track anymore. The cement train has its own little area off of that line, not blocking for too long. Seems good. That has almost all the info you could possibly need for being a healthy and strong human being, including diet and receives in its free. But then I can't eat chocolate anymore, and the quantities that I'm used to. How do people say we die like men? Overweight and with significant undiagnosed health issues? Something like that, right? Probably. Yep. I'm pretty sure that's how the saying goes. That completes the rail rework. Should be fewer traffic issues on the line now. One more couple of materials to remove and then we're all good. There we go. Gravel. Should have enough room. Excellent. That means that the waiting arrow for the other line can be moved forward up to this point. I like this song. This is a song I usually use when I want to drive fast in a video game. It helps quite a lot. Oh no, it does leave the station completely. Turns behind the station. Good. Perfectly measured. got a little wooden bar. Precision. Offers end of track bumper, prellbock. Yes, a little wooden bar. I guess I know new buffers, but I couldn't think of it. What are you going to? Road vehicle production, machine replacement. How many covered hull trucks have we made? Well, only a couple. I guess it'll last for now. I don't have to transport them by horse carriage unless I want to keep them being new. I don't care about that, so they'll just move out into a vehicle depot to keep them parked until they're needed. Don't count as new vehicles anymore, but that's fine. This 97-year-old Republic does all of the transport the old-fashioned way. It's 102 years old now. Yes. We started in 1880. But everything is being kept as a 19th century settlement with a couple modernizations here and there. Otherwise it would probably not be doable. Still need to update all the roads in the north to give it that illuminated look with lamps everywhere. Good. Now new rail bridges, this time with a road underneath, as expected. Works a lot better. Why is it still not accepting this? go. That one works apparently. Maybe it's blocking itself, being too close to the track piece there. But now it's green. Now it should be fine. You went back to the prequel after playing City 20? Why? Because I wanted to see how the story develops to get us to that hellscape, I guess. Like, how do we suddenly have prefab panel buildings and stuff like that? Because I don't see a way that's going to happen here. Hello, Archduke. Welcome. So we know to get to the border, we have to run the trains through a coaling station, otherwise they don't coal and might run out of coal next to the customs house, which is less than ideal. Okay, you're done producing. Shut you down for now. Or we could make some more engines, I guess. I have a couple spare. I'm thinking, now that we're starting to demolish the orphanages here, we'll have to set up our train station. And then maybe go for, I would say a coal mine first, because that's the thing we're loading the most. Iron would probably make us a lot more money, but it's not as important. Becoming self-sufficient on coal seems to be quite useful. I think I'm going to change the playlist. This is a little bit too much for this stream. Let me go here, I guess. We will change playlist. Same artist. Or something more chill. That was a bit much. Suddenly the city feels a lot calmer. So what now? We're trying to go to the customs house. You're trying to turn around to go here, where there's a train parked. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this anymore. If you want to do that, you have to turn around at the customs house. So, okay, that's not a good one. Getting in each other's way now, quick, run. Out of the area. Good. Saved. But yeah, if the train calls here and wants to go back into the city, it just has to go to the turnaround loop at the border. This is not safe. Here we still need it because the other trains should be able to call also. But they might run out of fuel. This should work. Hello then, Trusty. Welcome. You know, I think the solution to this would be just to flip this around and allow the trains to enter this area. Because then they're placed correctly on the track that I wanted to exit from. Yeah, I think this would work better. I'll use the other side. And this one too. I think that fixes it. I was just using the wrong direction. Because if then another train wants to enter the coaling station, the other line that it just can run through straight would be free. And we don't have that many trains that want to coal and then turn around on. What's your plan on spending all that money for? I don't play this game to spend all the money because you can just make infinite amounts of money. That's not how I play this game, because otherwise you're not gonna be happy. You're always just gonna chase more and more stuff, and it's just gluttony. The red mist, yeah. I mean, I'm using this money to develop my housing more and get more population, so we're using the extra profits for investing in housing projects, I guess is the answer. Thought to buy a new blueprint? Yeah, if I need one. I mean, I can click all the blueprints now and be happy, but I don't know. Do I need anything? I guess we can get all the cheap blueprints for the earliest vehicles. There's only 2 left though. Actually, we already have an open hull vehicle, so there's only the horse carriage, which I don't really need. I can get cable cars. I mean, I can buy all the licenses for making all the horse stuff, I guess. There. Now we can make all horses. And still got tons of money. Saving up for ship blueprints. Yeah, yes, sure. I guess that's what we're doing. More orphanages, housing development around it. We'll need nothing here. We got everything. That removes one extra orphanage. We're basically doubling our orphanages right now. I'll build 2 more up here in a different area just to get the room for the train platform in place. And we might need a extended tram stop area. I mean, this might be housing or the train platform, and this will probably be the tram platform. Let me just move them back a little bit and we can get a footpath alongside here too. Not sure if we... Oh, we do get a road connection. Good. Excellent. That'll do. And waste storage. There. Can do the housing development off of this. Don't think we need a... No, we should build a grocer here. Because this market hall sometimes runs over capacity and quite full. So a grocer here would make sense. Do I need that footpath if I have a road here? Not really. Because it can just hook up into the road and there's a footpath there also. There we go. And off the grocery we can develop up the housing, put some sports facilities down. Don't need any culture buildings because there's quite a few here. Now what? Really? What are you doing? Wait. Oh no, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this doesn't work. They're entering the coaling station on the wrong side that they can't exit anymore. Oh no. Bad, bad, bad. Really bad. Yep, this was not correct. At all. You're just gonna have to go to the customs house then. You are almost out of coal. Okay, we'll get rid of all of this. I'll just do a loop at the border. It's fine. Back and forth we go. Yep. I forgot about that. I guess I'll still leave these in case something comes up, but yeah, can't use that anymore. Pretty amazing. Getting already. Happy Saturday, kindness. Thank you, Black Window. Welcome. Anything else I need to worry about? I don't think so. Construction material trains don't turn into the city area, so should all be good. Untangle thyself. Yeah, I need a bigger coaling area. For running to the customs house, so trains can run past each other if they don't need to coal. So I need to use the 4-lane coaling station and hook it up with 450-meter tracks in both directions at some point, which I don't have any room inside here to do. We can rework a passing train track in here and then rework this section with 450-meter length on either side once we have some fire safety in the area. Wouldn't want to do that otherwise, I don't think. No, you're running out of track. Yeah. If there was a max limit on track to build, I don't think we could do all of this. Good. Okay, so one thing we now have to be careful about is the biological waste trains. I don't know if they will assign themselves to coal, having to go all the way to the border and back. I think on this side we still need it for them. Wrong. No, that's right. That's correct. Chain signal out of the coaling station is correct. Maybe a waiting yard for incoming trains next to where the biological waste production is right now. So they all go to the waiting yard area instead, before they are allowed into the city. So we can condense our trains from the long track to the border, all the way in front of the city. They will always run through that. Could have a coaling station inside, I guess. Something similar to this, except with a run-through coaling station. 4 train tracks of trains varying lengths. All the 450-meter long trains do have their own dedicated waiting area, otherwise we're gonna run into significant trouble if something goes wrong with that. Yeah, if you need to coal, you also need to go all the way to the border. That's not going to work out that well. No, you should be able to coal in this area, if I set the waypoints right, I guess. Yeah, that should work. Can you coal here? I mean, it's on the way. It's closer than anything else. So yeah, you should probably be using that coaling station instead. Maybe if I assign these waypoints, it recognizes that the coaling station is much closer. This area runs out of food a little bit too fast, I would say. Where are you going? Oh, repair station. Right. Sure. We got time. We got loads of grocers, it's fine. I could also bring in some supplies by other vehicles when the supply isn't arriving here fast enough. I guess at that point it's being carried over to the small shopping center by horse carriage. Time to expand the living spaces. Yeah, the current ones aren't really full yet, so it's not urgent. This area needs to become slowly populated. But soon. We do need residential buildings around the new orphanages to run them well, because there's not really that many residential buildings in the vicinity. It can reach quite a few things, but they're quite far to walk to, so... Let's go for variable timing again. As long as there's no traffic jam, it should work well, but if there's one, we'll have to set it back to 30 seconds or less. You already have all the supplies. Man. I guess there's no way for you to get in that area. That's the issue that I said we had. I guess we'll set up more housing up here. Because that one we can already expand. It's just more workers for the existing orphanages. Workers and reworkers. Yeah, we have to. It's the only way. Gotta rework everything. Hello, Dynamic. Welcome. Yeah, I kind of feel like a dystopian city, really dystopian. Housing density, like a mega city that is as dense as possible. Would be kind of fun. Because I'm looking at these windows and I'm like, yeah, the balconies are not covered, it's fine. They can open the windows and not touch the house next to them, it's fine. When you're using the legendary Dnipro flats. No, not housing density in that sense. I mean housing density like this, where the windows... The only rule is, if you open the window and stretch your arm out, you're not allowed to be able to touch the other building on the other side. But this would be fine, that's like 2 meters, right? Not housing density vertically, but housing density as in literally the density of houses in one location. We can make the buildings touch and just say they don't have any windows, they're just connected. They look like that. Oops. Yes, I'm muted. I don't know what you mean by tough corner there. Yes, we'll build the houses connected now. I don't know when I muted myself. I guess it wasn't too long ago. Is the girlfriend there? No, she doesn't like prefab panel buildings, I guess. That was 10 minutes ago. Please repeat everything you said. Okay, let me mute myself real quick. It was not that interesting. Slightly too wide. Doesn't really line up with itself. It's gonna be a really, really polluted area, but I'll be fine. Look at that, we're burning off. Oh, there's some people in here with more than 25% loyalty. I guess unknown loyalty sometimes happens. Sure, more housing development, let's go. And hook up the cableway towers again. I haven't done a quick check on the building list based on wear and tear in a while. Everything below 40% or at 40%, so all good. Nothing is wearing out after being forgotten. Okay, what are you doing? I didn't... Oh, another rail construction vehicle assigned itself from the other side. Great. Absolutely great. Well, it's fine. So this is slowly turning more into that European style of house building where everything is like an encircled, like sort of like this, but park area would be in the middle instead of more houses. I need more distribution offices, I think. Horse feed is doing okay. Open Hall is a bit busy. Guess that is currently more New York style with so few parks in between. Oh yeah. That is I don't have that park area like we did here, where it was a little bit more open with less dense housing. There was a lot more roads here, quite messy. But yeah, we don't really have much greenery, if any. The goal is a lot of people, not very nice parks, I guess. That super dense build style I would like to try and explore at some point. need to get launched again, bring more fuel in. This will hopefully provide enough workers for the orphanages, because that's all this is really made for. Should be easily able to do that. Happiness is going back up. Slowly. I mean, if we care about loyalty in the orphanages again, they're going to get more capacity that way. We just need to make sure we have enough workers of that loyalty setting. 35 should be doable. But if it isn't, then we'll go back down to 30 or so. People with 0% loyalty or close to it should not be able to work in the orphanages, I don't think. I will need another secret police, otherwise it's going to run out of capacity. City import train is where? Oh no, is there something out of fuel? No. Everything good? Oh, it just arrived. Okay. Not keeping up with fabric import anymore, huh? Need another train car for that too. Sure, we'll make the train longer and longer. Fabric is stored in the train where? Front, like this one, fabric, clothing, and then a train car for electronic components at the end. Oh, okay. Looks like that train car was previously used for electronic components. Lucky us. There's still some in there. You're repairing? Yeah. Makes sense. Once the new orphanage is up, we'll relocate everyone out of one orphanage and then tear it down too. Slowly getting through all of them, and then see if we can plan for a train platform next to the prison. Plus more housing development. Maybe relocate the technical services so we can make use of as much of the heat exchanger as we can. put another heating plant here in the university district. Start polluting our most loyal people. Sounds like a bad idea. Maybe a heating plant on the left side of the road, northwest. Okay, loyalty in these buildings is massively improved. Let's go up to 50% loyalty requirement and drop the hammer on the propaganda in both prisons here too. And see if we have sufficient amount of workers for both of them. Going to have to cycle all the disloyal people out of the prison and then start working on the propaganda for everyone. And if we get a couple more loyal people living nearby here, then we can run a third prison with high loyalty requirements. Yeah, I guess we'll do a couple more houses here. Boost the loyalty, come on. Mods, indeed. Only one. Just to change the starting date to 1880. No other mods. Do you not like the other mods? The ones with new buildings are nice. Yeah, but since I'm also basically always testing, I don't want to change the balance of the game by using mods, because I don't know if all the buildings that are being uploaded on the workshop are balanced. And I don't want to keep thinking about that whenever I play something. I like the consistency of the base game and the variety it provides. And when the mods get integrated to become official content, then I really like them. But until then, I usually just try to abstain. A couple years ago I tried a 1900 start with the mod pack, the mod list. It was absolute chaos. We're getting closer and closer to the capacity of our distribution offices, how many tasks we can assign. And I'm dreading the fact that we will have to probably split up their responsibilities. Hello, George Rockland. Welcome. Too noisy next to the main road for an amphitheater. Plus they already have tons of culture here anyway. If the buildings are sufficiently staffed. Why are there... Was there like a fire here? I guess there was. Sorry about that. Or you transport your workers to bus or trains and then distribute them again using buses. Cableways to the industry areas. Inner city trams for transporting them to the steel mill and the vehicle production line if we need them. So a mixture of cableway cars and trams. Not using buses for that, no. Also, I don't have any trains right now. But later on we'll be shipping a couple people to a train platform up here that I want to use to maybe run them out to a coal mine or iron mine. One station per workplace is extremely excessive. Yeah, you just need a... You know, you can have one bus station for multiple workplaces. You just... There's no one waiting at the bus platform where you're unloading them, so... As long as there's no traffic jam, one bus station, bus platform should be enough. So over here we have a cableway platform that unloads the workers for all of the workplaces pretty much. And this bus platform just takes a couple workers that come from the cableway station, 6% of the workers go here, for if they are used for construction work or demolition work in the area where they're getting picked up from. And count the number of workplaces in an area. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, this one's gonna get demolished. 8, 9. Plus another cableway station which carries them over to this sector. So this counts as another workplace. Distributing workers in this location. Nothing is excessive. Yes, nothing is excessive here. And unloading bus stations would be absurd. I mean, I can see the benefit with the short walking distance, but if they can reach the other workplaces too from that bus stop, then they would walk everywhere anyway, so you don't really get that much benefit. Got even 2 more workplaces I didn't count. Scrapyards. Building is without drinking water. Are you kidding me? I fixed that. Missing chemicals. Why are you missing chemicals? What? Excuse me? Traffic jam? No, just busy, huh? Dedicated vehicle would cause issues, but I think I need a dedicated vehicle for this. I do have a dedicated vehicle for this. There's a traffic jam, is there? Oh my god. Never mind, I do have a dedicated vehicle. Okay, these need to change. Always have dedicated chem truck for water. I do have a dedicated chem truck for water. I don't know what the traffic jam issue was up here. It's working again. Horse carriage got here, but maybe the warehouse area is getting a little bit overfilled with all the horse carriages I'm sending into this. Maybe I need to give the trucks the order to send the stuff out of this area into another warehouse area, and then the horse carriages pick up from that location. Because this is getting a bit messy. Especially if it'll start affecting our food, I guess. Traffic queue forming up. The hunger for Death Spiral. I can feel it in my bones. Game of the Animal sledding was so cute yesterday. Yeah, it was. It was a lot of fun. And it's a free demo right now, so can play that quite a bit. Maybe there was a fire in one of the warehouses. Oh god, it's getting way too busy. This is gonna gridlock, isn't it? We need to prioritize vehicles leaving the area, which I currently deactivated. Definitely want to watch and see what it does at, yeah. Any games you're looking forward to? Mine is Tropico 7, I loved that series. I loved Tropico until Series 6, where they made becoming a dictator impossible. So I'm not really okay. Games I'm excited for. I recently found out about a game called Iron Nest, which I'm extremely excited about because it kind of gives me that feeling of Wolfpack managing stations with skeuomorphist properties where everything tries to simulate real-world aspects. The Monk Book game I'm excited for. The Shadow Empire DLC I'm excited for. I'm excited to try the Captain of Industry Trains DLC. Hello Ixie. And there was more, but I can't remember. Not too many games though. Let me see. Yeah, I guess not too much. Signal Station, I guess, but these all have no real release dates. Frontline Logistics, Isarian Warfare, I'm still waiting for to release into early access. We can do a full run of that, because it's still going through the demo phase where they're adding content continuously. It's shaping up to be real good, but for a full run with constantly changing stuff, I don't know. Captain of Industry DLC is out and it's good. Can build bridges now. The map is huge. Yeah, sounds excellent. I just can't start this right next to Workers and Resources. It's two really huge games at the same time. Hello Marco. Thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. Iron Nest looks like it'd be amazing in VR. I don't know. It looks like you also have to do stuff with rulers and measurement on paper. Could be. I don't know. I've completely avoided everything that is not on the Steam page for like gameplay videos and other stuff. I want to go into that game blind. I saw someone with 200 views posting a video on YouTube. I saw the thumbnail. It was just a blob of red that said Iron Nest and had an artillery piece on it, basically the cover of the game. And I was like, yeah, that sounds intriguing. Let's look on the Steam page, and then I was hooked. But I have no idea how it plays or what the gameplay actually is like. I would like to play it. They're giving away testing keys. So they're currently giving away keys for temporary online play testing and offline testing. And I've asked if I can have one. Hello everyone from Brazil. Hello Marco from Brazil. Greetings from Germany to you. Welcome. Looks like the traffic jam is retracting a little bit. Maybe it was the hundreds of horse carriages that got assigned here when I sent them to fill in another horse feeder station. Maybe that's what overloaded things a bit. Yeah, maybe it was that. Maybe it was that. Why do they have the right of way to get out of the road? Oh, they want to all go in here. Okay, this is a terrible spot. Didn't I already have a horse feeder here and then I removed it because it was right on the area of the trams and it was just creating absolute chaos? I guess we can drop a horse feeder maybe on this end instead. Absolute madness. Or maybe on the main roads. I just would like to have a couple more horse feeders, I guess. Just in case. Are people turning down the road? Because of the horse feeder, just like I said. They want to get to the horse feeder. Everyone wants to get to that horse feeder right now. It's the closest and it's in a terrible spot. I need to demolish that again. I need to put a horse feeder somewhere in a dead end, far away from any real traffic. Or on the main road. 2 on either side. These are one-way roads, so it would work pretty well. Except vehicles might go in here and turn left again, which I guess they're allowed to do. I guess a horse feeder in this area would be pretty good, because then any vehicle that turns in here can only do a right-hand turn out of the horse feeder. And if they want to turn around, they have to use the next line. I think I'll build one here. Hope it's in range for fire station vehicles. Put near Ferris wheel, but not too close, and a hot dog stand. There's no room near the Ferris wheel. There's no roads leading to it. It's already occupied. Self-made traffic jam again. I mean, the area is not really used by trams anymore that much, at least on the lanes that they're trying to access it from. But it's still being used. Plus we have a gas station there too. Yep, that horse feeder has to go. I hope this one will work better. I think it'll be fine, except maybe a lot of horses coming from this side doing a left-hand turn into the horse feeder. But if I build another one on this end, it should probably work fine. At least where the road is going to be for the turnaround. I think that'll be okay. We need feeders all over town. I need to find the right spots for it. I mean, the other feeders are placed in good locations, but this one is in a horrible spot. Problem being that there's vehicles here that want to do a left-hand turn into the feeder, and then vehicles that want to go out of the feeder with a left-hand turn. So that's not really working that well. But in this one, all the vehicles leaving will have to do a right-hand turn. So that at least is a really good option, because then the traffic of the horse feeder is not going to crisscross over each other. Like here, vehicles coming in right-hand turn into this area and then back out and left-hand turn. Should be in a better spot. The horse feeder on the road next to the warehouse area works pretty well, because it's quasi one-way. Vehicle traffic has to run from southeast to northwest. They're not allowed to turn left here, except if they are technical service vehicles. They can do whatever they want. Yeah, it's just too close to everything. The horse feeder inside the industry area works well. That one is usually the one they visit the most. Should probably replace that one with a one that is a brick feeder. There's not that much other traffic here, and then they can split themselves up back to where they want to go to. I don't like the idea of having horse feeders everywhere. I know it technically makes sense, but there's a huge risk of a traffic jam if suddenly they all decide to go to one specific building. I need to feed this traffic out of here, it's not working. Let's go. Get everyone through the gas station and the horse feeder, please. It's a mess. It's going to cause a backlog of the tram network, but otherwise this is not going to unclog itself in a reasonable amount of time. Also, all the construction vehicles heading here, and choosing that exact horse feeder is mainly the issue right now. The horses need to feed, yes, but construction horses feeding here is a nightmare. I guess if I were to bring horse feed to the construction offices, they might travel back home instead of using the public horse feeders. Get rid of the dry bulk wagons. Mega Monkey has those horses on his consciousness. There's no feed station near the offices? There is. But they're not using that one. So I'm trying now to force horse feed into the construction offices to see if they then go home to feed. If they have horse feed inside the buildings themselves. Let's try that. Maybe that would completely negate the issue that this feeding station has because of the construction vehicles not wanting to go there anymore. I'm not sure how construction vehicle logic behaves in that regard right now. For trucks it's usually not an issue because of how much fuel they can load, but horses need to feed often. Yep, it's a stream of vehicles coming from the construction sector. Maybe we'll leave it here if we can get the construction sector under control. If they then always go back to get refueled, fed at the construction office, then that horse feeder is not in a terrible spot for the normal traffic. Hello, apparently potatoes. Welcome. How's the Republic going? We're approaching 12,500 citizens. If it isn't polluted, we're almost there. Population going up. We're approaching an eighth of the citizen count we need. I'm gonna have to set up more water purification soon. That single truck carrying the chemicals is not enough, apparently. Are you done? We emptied out the repair station's storage of chemicals. They're waiting until unloaded. You're not done yet, not even anywhere close. I don't like it here. The horse feeder is too close to the tram line, causes problems. The left-hand turn into the horse feeder is the main issue. Sheesh. Hello, deviate fish. Welcome. Found the most jump-scary noise, I guess, that I had on my soundboard. I forgot what sounds I wanted to add. Railway intersection is crazy? Which one? This one? That's not crazy. It's only four directions. Yeah, which one? Several. I mean, these are all generic intersections. They have just complexity with how they're set up with the bridges and underpasses. But I guess this is the most complicated one. It combines a two-lane station, a white two-lane station, feeding from a two-lane track loop. And the other assignment is just, it goes also into a waiting area for unloading food for the citizens, from where it can also get into that loop where the repair stations are. It can get back to the two-lane track, or it can receive vehicles after repairing directly to the station for unloading food. That's fine. It's not that bad. I guess this could have made its way in here somewhere instead. Would have probably looked a little bit more natural. Instead of this straight section through, causing another crossing, another, well, intersection. Yeah, that would be more sensible, I guess. X is better. Alright. Wait, you were also the person who said that the cement should be shunted by a train. I don't trust you. After we get the orphanage area up, we'll have to build in the north, set up a new water purification plant, because I don't know how long this one is going to last. Should be at half capacity right now. I would go up to 200, I guess. Well, 70% is minus 72, so maybe 150 at most. Imagine how much worse the feeder horse traffic would be if the cement was moved by horse. It wouldn't be that much worse, no, it would just feed itself here, it's fine. That's a lie. Close coal-powered horse lasts much longer between refills, that's true. I'm hoping that the horse carriages carrying the crops will get here in time, so we get to see the effect on this horse feeder still running with the construction office horses receiving their own horse feed directly into the buildings. We can build a cableway over the horse feeder. Some buildings it does allow you to do that. Not sure if it does do that for the grocer. I doubt it, but... Oh, cool. Can also go over a grocer. That would be cool. Now you can't build them under an existing cableway, I don't think. That it won't let you do. We can make our inner city cableways more efficient by just building houses underneath them. That's gonna look cool, just cableway station here, going over a couple buildings and then diagonally into the other cableway station, feeding excess workers into that area. Alright. You goods to the orphanage. Hopefully it doesn't fill up too quickly. All of you. And then shut down one of the existing ones. Before this one fills up with too many orphans. And we can empty out this orphanage, I guess. horses, let's go. I did build... Didn't I plan for a horse feeder up here? I thought I did. Not yet. Yes, I can probably unassign a couple horse feeders from this distribution office, which it shouldn't do anymore. We're doing that with horses, not with trucks. I mean, if we have spare assignments, we can assign you to them with low priority, so the horse feeder distribution officers take care of that first before you try and do anything. But there's a lot of vehicles idling right now, so we'll skip on that. Free up some distribution office tasks instead. Okay, that looks much better. The horse feeder is not empty yet. They haven't received crops in the area yet, but I think most of the construction vehicles have done their job. I guess we'll try and keep using that horse feeder for now. If it becomes a problem, we'll let it go empty and then remove it, but I also need to monitor with the construction vehicles if they will start utilizing the local refueling option. Oh, look at that. We can just build cableways over everything. That's a little bit too tall. Oh, wait. I don't think I was high enough yet. Nope, that's fine. Okay, so cableway needs planning. But it can be more space efficient than any other route whatsoever. Does that mean I can get it just to go like through the city over existing buildings? I think these ones are way too tall, right? Must be, surely. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Oh my god. If only we could build under already built cables. Yeah. If only. You're the loyalty prison, you shouldn't have complaints about not enough wardens. But we might run into the issue that the other prisons are not really running that well anymore. Because there's not enough loyal people in the vicinity going into the prisons, which we need to tell them to do. Your duty is to run the local prisons before anything else. Can I allow more loyal people nearby? I guess not. You're gonna be loyal people. We need to open up this tram stop and hook it up to the tram line. Let's see, 6, 7. That's awkward. That's the worker line, that's the wrong one. That's the passenger line. 5, 6, 7, 8. We need trams running in the opposite direction. Then we need to open up this tram line. Also, wait, why aren't you walking to the large tram station? Never mind. No, that's just for traffic guiding. They can access the large tram stop, it's fine. We might be a little bit understaffed inside that orphanage here. Just a little bit. I mean, I moved a ton of people in, so kind of to be expected. Let's balance them out a little bit onto the existing orphanages. Reduce the stress a little bit. Spread out the pain. Share the pain. I need that increased housing development nearby. We are going to become loyal, therefore work in the prisons first as well. If you can. So construction vehicles are still causing the same issue, but I don't think the horse feed has arrived yet. I'll have to keep monitoring that. I think they're arriving right now. Yep. They're bringing horse feed to the construction office open hull. Maybe it's going to get better now. Definitely want the priority on the main road, rather than vehicles returning from after they have received horse feed. Not even anyone working in this grocery here. No people living nearby yet. But they can already bring in the food and meat. Trams have the right of way. Crunch. If the construction vehicles don't go this way, it might be okay, but I still think it's too close to the main road with the potential of a left-hand turn. That works. Oh my god, that's... Oh god. Yes. That's our housing development now. Just a building surrounded by cableway towers. Then another building, more cableway. If this house wasn't here, we could go over the children's playground. And the bus stop. The tram stop. Oh god, the possibilities are enormous. Oh, this is not a building, this is a football playground. Not sure we're gonna be able to get over that train line, unfortunately. It's too close for that. If I get rid of the... how can we build it? Can we get over the orphanage? Like here. Yes, yes we can. Easily. Very, very easily. It's nowhere near a problem. So we can put a station down here, between the orphanages. So we can have our cableaway station here, carry it across the buildings. At one building at least. We can maybe integrate it into the housing development and have the cableaway station somewhere in this junction and then just carry it across the houses. We just have to keep it in mind. I mean, wait, it wouldn't be too difficult to build everything up. Because you can always remove the cables, build houses, and then put the cables back, right? It's not too much of a hassle. I'm gonna fall for a bike ride. BRB. Good luck. Bikes are the devil. I mean, I assume someone already knew about this, but I didn't, and this is really cool. Can't get over the police station. It's a little bit too tall. Means this station can be twisted a little bit and we can arrive on this side. This one's pointing the wrong way anyway. That's fine. Sagging a little bit. Not too much, I don't think. No, it's fine. If it's sagging, then it would collide with the orphanage, so it's good. So we got ideal height here. And you can reach the bus stop. Good. Discovered a new mechanism, immediately goes for testing it out as much as possible. That's how it needs to be done. Yes. Beautiful. I hope they're not going to clip through the buildings. I really hope. German creature has that built cities. Hello, Taz. Welcome. The fast PNG. Read it wrong yesterday. I tried to make a joke. Didn't quite work out. How far are they below the... I don't know if this is going to look right or not. If they're going to collide with the buildings. How are you doing? Why are the balconies on the inside? I guess this is going to be a test, because we can build this up and try it out. Gotta try it somewhere. Oh god, that's way too many footpaths. There we go. Just rocking and stoning? Excellent. Always need someone rocking and stoning. I am trying to set up a new design which is cableway station over residential buildings. Could even fit another house here, balconies facing each other. That seems like overkill. It would be perfect. I don't think we need that footpath going to the road, but it can go to the housing. In a slightly different shape. Now we have the other side exits. This is just going to be a sports facility. Probably have to remove the cables to get that built. Excellent. Hose feeder done. Send out the carriages. Okay, my housing development is going to get a lot denser with the cableway stations being able to do that. We just need a destination for the cableways now, and then we can load workers in there for the industrial area. These need footpath connections first and foremost.
Although, no, they'll have that on the outside, except this building. This one doesn't have any. I guess maybe a small sports facility. If I built that before the footpath, it would probably work. We did the path, no. One. Fine. That cableway will need a temporary road connection so we can feed the cableway cars into it. That's not going to be a problem. Sheesh, so much housing. Maybe I do rework the center core. Maybe we do set a cableway up that goes through the city from one side to another. Maybe we can just carry passengers everywhere with cableways instead. I guess we can also hook up this to a road and deliver the cableway cars on that end. Drinking water again? What do you mean? Why is that an issue? Why are you only making 60 cubic meters a day right now? What is going on? Why is this water purification plant so terrible? Is it also affected by... No, it can't be. It just dumps more chemicals into it. We tested this, it was able to siphon enough water from... What is your productivity now? Still decent. Why are you making insufficient water all of a sudden? It's not that much of an effect to repair you, come on. Are you kidding me? Unbelievable. Burn it all down and south of MegaCity 20 already? No. We can't. We invested too much. Sunken cost fallacy. Hello, Decipher. Welcome. That should work. Go sledding. Oh god. Is that what it's gonna turn into? Sledding? Really? I will have to integrate this tram stop. Plus all of these things will need electricity. Before they allow people to move in. How about a friendly game of Unreal Tournament 1999? No, there are no friendly games of that. Yeah, I just need a substation here. it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Who needs buses when you can have cableway lines everywhere? But yeah, currently they're only being utilized for the workers leaving the area. I would like to use them for inner city transportation. Make sure that people can visit service facilities all over. Water situation worries me. Why is it dropping down so much? If it says it can do 240 cubic meters, I guess it can only eliminate 10% of the pollution per day. Maybe I do need a clean water well to make this run efficiently. Maybe we can't rely on the water from the river. It's gonna have the same problems. Which means I guess I need a park area to draw the water from, which I guess the university district would be useful for. So many apartments, yeah. Loads of apartments. So I guess we'll have a big water well and try and provide clean water. Somewhere here. And then put that into the water supply of the megacity. Yeah, I guess it's the water treatment plant. Not able to remove enough toxic liquids. Hello Barbados Black Belly, hello Burns. Welcome. Yeah, the option is just to provide more water, but 100 cubic meters from one water treatment plant that can do 240 under ideal conditions. I guess we're gonna have a park-ish area up here next to the university district. There's not really any pollution. I guess there's not going to be a heating plant near it. The next heating plant will be next to the existing industry. So this is where our city's water is going to come from. We'll probably have to build a fire station. Protect it sufficiently well. (95 to 90%). 90% is okay, because that's 10% that we can purify. So 90% seems to be okay. We should still plan for a little bit better of a quality. Plus the workers need to be able to walk to this. I mean, I'm planning for 150 cubic meters. 240, that's 24, that's 50 is 20%, that's 190. We should be able to handle 30% pollution. I'm not sure why it's falling over that much. It's really just from the building maintenance. Test it. It is done doing building maintenance. Shut it off. And then run it again and see how much throughput it has. Nope, only 100 cubic meters. 77. I can't purify that well. I need another water treatment plant. I guess we could hook up only one pump to this, one water well, and do the other water well somewhere else. Another water treatment plant could solve it too. If this is already struggling. I don't know if it is the reason. But it's not doing well when it undergoes maintenance, and the new housing development would definitely put it over its capacity. Cableways are really space efficient. Oh no, that's no, that's not gonna work. We can't clip through the building. We have to go downwards. So here, I guess there's not gonna be a house. It's just gonna be the cableway. Of course, that makes sense. Just into the cableway and across here. Excellent. How do I do this then? I guess we could have two water treatment plants feeding into a shared tank. Or even a water tower, because the passive water pressure is enough for each water pipe, I think. No, we're planning for 100 cubic meters per pipe. It would not be enough. I mean, right now it would be enough because it's at 50. I guess a water tower is fine. Okay, well, water towers, I guess, then. We'll have to rework the water network. We could also... Nah, these are small water towers. We'll just do underground reservoirs and pump it out of there. We'll do a centralized storage of water for the city. Everything gets pumped to an area, and then it gets pumped back out. I guess it would be useful to have it next to the power plants, the pumps, but that, I guess if we put it here, put all the water reservoirs behind the coaling station, that could work. I don't think these can catch on fire, but I have no idea. I mean, if we think about the current water purification plant, we would like to have some redundancy there. Feed it into a water tank and have another water purification plant running that takes the water from the second source, purifies it and puts it in there. If one undergoes maintenance, we still have the second one. Up here then? Not sure where the purification plant would be. Maybe on this side behind the repair stations, or maybe on the road here. And we just redo the pipe, feed it into the new purification plant, feed it along the pipe. Well, it would go into the water tank, and then from the tank it goes back into the pump. So we could reuse most of that pipe setup. Should be able to disconnect this pipe without any worries, but I do need a water pump here to get it into the building. So instead of just having a redundancy for the water pumps, we'll have a redundancy for a pump plus a water purification plant. I really would like to hook up clean water sources, but I guess that's not in the scope right now. Stupid sewage pipes. This one would come down here. This pipe goes away. We'll have a water storage tank. We'll have an output water pipe. Water pumping station. Then these reservoirs, we could share them. If we do this, we will need a lot of electricity to run the water pumps everywhere. Okay, what we don't need right now is one of the water pumps. You don't have to run right now. You should still get enough water from one of the water inlets. Yeah, I don't think we're going to plan for clean water, so we're going to have to increase the amount of treatment centers we will have and then figure out a way to distribute the water from there. I'll probably make an electric substation available. We don't want to use too many underground water sources, but they're kind of convenient. Here should be fine. Orphanage doesn't need an exit here. That's fine. We'll get workers from the new housing development, no problem. Yep, brick road for sidewalk is fine. Can bring a footpath down here, I guess, maybe? Ah, the orphanage is gonna get in the way. But no, the brick footpath should go down this way, so it connects with the main road, at the very least. Water storage tank. I would like to have another water storage tank for this building as well. We might have to get rid of one of the houses, or maybe the theater, just so we can build that here. And then the output would pump into this water storage first, and then distribute along the city. Only really to have a buffer for when it undergoes maintenance, but and as an easy way to click it and see where the issue is. But I guess now we know the limiting factor for us is going to be water treatment plants. And we can't really plan for much more than 100 cubic meters with the heavily polluted water that we're running. I assume that's the reason. It's already running at 80%, and it's only doing 100 cubic meters per day. I mean, let's try the water well setup first. We can still build this at some point. Let's try a clean water well, because that one's quite easy to set up. And we can try and run it with clean water at 94% quality. Just to test it. But we'll tear this down again. It's we have money to do testing stuff now. We will need a footpath to get workers into here. That is fine. And also to build it, I guess a footpath would be enough. So that's good. And then workers from, well, this building can't really walk here, because they're highly educated and they would rather die than work in a building that doesn't tickle their brain. Also we need electricity, I guess. There we go, more houses. That is enough. We'll just feed water from this in as a test to see if this works better. If we get a lot more efficiency out of the building, because 100 cubic meters is really, really low for a water treatment plant. But I guess if we can set it up with clean water and it works well, then we might have to make a compromise and set up some parks. Just do this and hook it up into one of the pumps here and we'll try it. Don't use the middle one because that's going to be the permanent connection if we want to use it that way. Temporary water pipe. Here we go. We'll try it that way. And if this comes back positive, then we'll just figure out how to set up the water wells more efficiently. The treatment plant can be wherever. That is doesn't matter. I don't think. It's only the, I assume, input water that has the issue. 77% quality seems to be too low for it to run efficiently. So we'll see. And it would give me a reason to set up a park with 2 large water wells providing water capacity for probably 50,000 people. But we would have to be careful. We won't set up the housing here yet, just the footpaths. Cableway station can be built, that's fine. Make this brick with footpath, that's okay. Go. This brick road's still cheaper than asphalt. Depends on the resource prices. I mean, our asphalt was quite expensive for a while, and it still is compared to bricks, I would say. Let's try it. Brick road with sidewalk. For 100 meters. That can't be right. 34,000? Needs 34 million? I don't think so. No, that's map wide. Okay, now we're out of range. Good. I'm too close. No, it lists everything. As soon as there's a blueprint, it lists everything. Well, I guess I can't check it that easily. I would have to do the math on it. But yeah, asphalt is still expensive. Not that much as it once was, but 4,000 rubles per ton versus bricks, which is 4,700. We're importing coal to make our own bricks. Topography? What? Confused again. I hope the cableway does not clip through the buildings with the cableway cars. I guess we're gonna find out. But it was checking the height of the buildings, so I assume it does. I hope it does it well enough. Long train, yep. Couple long trains, trying to get through the coaling station. $230 people away from another research point. We're still quite a few days away from winter starting up. Housing capacity should still be available. No 21-year-olds without their own flat yet. Only problems with that water is running out occasionally, so I guess that's our new priority to try and work on. And we'll see if the park area could be our solution. Then the area north of the rail construction office might be turned into a park. A green space with footpaths going through it, where the water wells are going to be hooked up. Or we'll go over to the island here and make this our water source. It's going to be a nature preserve. And there's not going to be anything on it other than water wells and electric substations. Let me know when this water well is done. And this will wait, but we'll probably use this one too, because it's close to the new island that we might hook up. We'll get a road across, hook up our first water well and use this as a clean water source, as a replacement for the one inside the city. I mean, yeah, we could put both water purification plants here, I guess, but having one in the city is also not bad. They can be wherever, like I said. Water pipe can travel long distances. "400 people unable to practice sports, huh? Crime. Not enough wardens here, supposedly. 10 wardens for 22 prisoners should be more than enough, but I guess we have disloyal wardens in here. The secret police is not doing a good enough job anymore. I need another one. Too many houses now, starting to crop up. Not sure about the water tank setup. That is still open. Not sure if we'll use that. We'll set up another secret police down here. There's a lot of housing development being queued up. I guess we could set up a large one that handles citywide loyalty support like the police station does. Why is any loyalty allowed in here again? Did the spiral yet? No, we just have some issue with our water. You can see we're running at 85% production, and it's only making 100 cubic meters, so I think the purity of the water is limiting our water production right now. And I'm trying to hook up a clean water source and see if that's actually the case. If that is true, we'll have a park in the north where or a park on this island, a nature preserve where only water is going to be drawn from. We can do that with pedestrian bridges instead of just road bridges. Just have to have people be able to get across and work inside the water wells. So I'm setting up a testing pump here with 94% quality water, and if that is the case, then yeah, I'll make the switch, because I can't have this only produce 100 cubic meters of clean water. It's ridiculous. Otherwise, the cableway has been set up. It's going through a lot of housing. I am hoping this is not going to clip through the apartment blocks and will look cool. So this is more efficient than a bus route, because you don't need roads for that. You just need footpaths to set it up. I hope it does clip. Oh god. Let's make a save here so we can demolish. Well, I can demolish everything anyway again if it does clip. We haven't even brought supplies for the second orphanage yet. We've been starving children in here for a while. Let's stop that and bring them some food, shall we? Didn't set the check mark to notify me once it was done building. There's food right here, but no one's working on it. Really? Really? Nope, it's too far. That will not work. Oh, no, I didn't test it correctly. It's not hooked up by a footpath there. If they starve, can they become criminals? No. I don't think so. We tested that with prisoners. As long as you have loyal enough prisoners, warders in there. They don't really care too much. Criminal corpses, yep. I guess that could happen. Cancel that demolition, thank you. Alright, now let's try it. Because it should be in range. A lot of the buildings, not all of them. Clothing, then meat, then food. That's the order of things. That looks like it reaches everything. Excellent. Even can reach the cableway platform there, but that shouldn't be something we need to worry about. It's a tram platform for passengers. Yeah, I think that's everything. Cool. We'll build that. That is going to stick around. Good. Got another research point for population, 5 times 2,500. We're going to spend that one on stroke prevention. I have a bad feeling about this. I think this is going to clip badly, maybe. Oh well. Yeah. It'll be okay, sure. I hope it clips, it'll be okay. Yeah. You know, I'll just tear this down again if it clips. I mean, let's check. So they're about the height of this thing underneath. I guess they're going up to this crossbeam. Wait, is it only this one? I guess that's gonna be fine. If there's really strongly tied, yeah, I guess it'll be fine. Probably. Why does it look like... Oh, it's not the tallest one, that's why. No, the tallest one is gonna be fine. We didn't use the tallest towers here, that's why. I did use the tallest ones in this area. MegaCity is built on top of the ruins of their ancestors. You guys want to go in the store with me? No. I don't do communal shopping. That just turns into a really long shopping trip. No. N-O. Well, if it's only 5 minutes, I'm sure you don't need anyone else. That'll be fine. We're at an 1/8 of our population goal. It's gonna go down to a 1/7, a 1/6, a 1/5, a 1/4, a 1/4, a 1/3, half. Boom. It's gonna get slower and slower. Store break on stream. Yeah, suddenly turn it into an IRL stream where I just walk into a store, do some shopping, and then I walk back, sit down at my desk, and then it flips back to workers and resources. Yeah, that's not gonna go wrong at all. Oh god, I just doxed myself. I said I had a desk. It's over. I know a streamer who does that. Yeah. Sort of know where he lives now. Yeah. That's why I don't do it. If only filming indoors was easier in Germany. Filming is easy. Doing it legally is hard. So that's where you live. Next to a furniture store. Gotcha. Now if we account for all the locations that are close to a furniture store within easy driving distance, we can limit it down to only the... Yeah, I guess we can cut off the islands in the North Sea and Baltic Sea maybe? guess I can pump it into big water towers from where it gets slowly distributed into water, underground water reservoirs from where we pump it out again. I don't know, the big water tower might be too small, too low water pressure. We were a motor vlogger riding with camera on YouTube 10 years ago, started his streams, was a petrol station across from his house and wanted to meet up, and we just drove to his starting spot and then guessed his house based on the bike in the front garden, and he was kinda spooked out. So you were stalking someone. Right, got it. Yeah, I would be spooked out too. Good times. No. I was just looking for his bike and his house. Detective Rickety Railway is on the case. It's like GeoGuessr, but for Twitch streamers. Or I guess YouTube. Going to meet up, but he never set a place in his town. I think he thought it would be been the Macas. Ah. I see. Machine replacement of the distillery done. Got way too much money. Yeah, I guess the horse feeder now is fine. I just needed to provide the horse feed to the construction offices so they get their fuel, their horse feed here, I guess. Then it's fine. I think. We'll see once they start building some new housing and how it goes after that. Also think if it took some time I could find out where Mega Monkey lives, triangulate the Sydney Bridge, large towers and the moon, and it's easy. Pretty easy to find my build. Yeah. I mean Mega Monkey's looking for companionship, I think, so go visit him. What a ridiculous way to find local friends. Yeah, here's my coordinates, please stalk me, thank you. Can't find me. If you really think about it, stalkers are actually the closest friends someone can get, right? Streaming the moon on Twitch and hoping people stalk me, yeah. Okay, the moon thing might have been just to create artificial difficulty so people feel more encouraged, but yeah, maybe it was a bit too difficult. I guess in the future we could have a cableway station facing the opposite direction and then feeding workers out of this area, or citizens out of this area into the city. What if I run a cableway line along this stupid tree line and make it cableway stations instead? I never did that because I thought, stuff is in the way, but now we know we can just do that and run cableways here, right? Okay, this is too narrow. But the towers would work, I guess. Hello 50. Welcome. Only had tram network to move people around, yeah. Stupid trams. Stupid sexy trams. I need to produce more trams. 50 more trams. Hello Dignus. Thank you very much for the follow. And welcome to the stream. That's the wrong tram route. That one. Still 15 trams. Let's make 15 more trams, please. (11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Good enough. Notify me when it stops and stop production after the whole line is done. Bus tram network. No buses. I would need to get a license for the Western bus to have any good capacity with buses, and I don't feel like doing buses in this. Horse carriages it would be, I guess. That would be awful. It's about Australia. Right. Another residential building, perfect for people with low loyalty. Let's go. It's gonna be covered in coal soot from the heating plant. This one is fine for any loyalty. No highly educated workers in here, please. Actually, no. Highly educated are also fine. Put the secret police here, in line with the buildings. I don't know if we can get a cableway station out. I think it should work fine. Yes. It will work. Barely, but it is possible. Even can build another tower? No, it's too close. We're also reasonably close to that tower crane, and that was something else in the northwest of Sydney, if I remember correctly. Good times, made heaps of progress in that complex. Not finished yet though. I mean, after you sabotaged the cranes to get more views, I think they were delayed a little bit, but then it was fine again, yeah. Can you get a cableway to go over another cableway station? I don't see why you wouldn't. Yep. Works just fine. The stream was so stupid once night fell. It's quite the adventure. Mega Stalky. Battlefield Trenches, no pennies on this dollars in Steam. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch EA stuff anymore. I'm done with that. First they release it, then microtransactions, then get the people in afterwards. Yeah, I don't. Also PvP, I guess, is not really my thing. The older ones still had co-op, but the new ones don't really have anything for me other than a really short campaign, I guess. But good for letting chat know. They probably just set that goal so they didn't have to pay bonuses. They wanted to try the campaign. Yeah, then now's the price to buy it, I guess. Good price. I haven't looked at the price, but if you say it's pennies on the dollar, I believe you. Zero people to this cableway station. There you go. No one allowed in here. This is only for unloading. I guess we don't really need to assign it if it can't get any workers anyway. Okay, maintenance buildings, please build up that water well. We'll see if we can fix the water issues until the current water purification plant undergoes its maintenance again. And then we might relocate the water purification plant slightly outside the city. No, having them inside the city is still nice. Alright. Stroke prevention, 59 last 5 days. We'll get an update. I don't think it's daily. It might be daily, but I thought it was every 5 days. So on the 20th of November, if it doesn't update at the end of today. Yeah, it's gonna take another 3 days. You made water wells to make 200 cubic meters of water? I made one to test it, but for currently I switched off of water wells to these. Because I thought our water well had the input issue, the production issue, but it also did. The water well didn't produce enough either, for some reason. And now the water purification plant has the issue too. Very low production. From 240 cubic meters. If the quality is 75%, that means a quarter of the water is polluted. But it can only clean 10%. So 25% pollution. What's the ratio then? It's gonna cut it in half. Yeah, more than in half. I guess that makes sense. How do you lower heart attack risk? By killing them with pollution first. Also, we use the research for that, so I have no idea how it's done. heart attack prevention and stroke prevention. Was it 59 before? Now it's at 64, so didn't really see any impact just yet. Next orphanage to be demolished. Get rid of the last bit of food. That leaves one that needs to be replaced by 2 more orphanages. After we've populated all of them, we will be up to 4 and then get another double up to 6 orphanages. Which should bring up the population growth again until we have some 21-year-olds without their own flat sitting around. Does the statistic show the cause of death for all citizens? No, it shows the reason for a health decrease. So people with a stroke or heart attack have a 52% decrease on average for 52 citizens. So it drops the health for people by 52% when that happens. Maybe that happens when they get over their life expectancy. I'm not sure, I haven't seen it happen for people yet. I think it's when someone has an emergency, a health emergency, inside a building. At this point, maybe start exporting orphans. No, we don't have enough people yet. Need more population. We're making way too much money. How's the fertilizer bio-waste thing going? Well, it's doing its thing. Fertilizer is getting ridiculous, which means that the production here is becoming more and more profitable. Bio-waste now has overtaken clothing as our most profitable export, for sure. Almost clothing and alcohol combined. Last year it was not so yet. Yep, they're going back to the construction offices to get horse feed. Okay, that works for me, I guess. Slows down the construction a bit, but they are not clogging up the existing horse feeders anymore in the buildings wherever we're having horses. I guess that's also true for the distribution offices then? Mixed waste, aren't those basically free? No, biological waste. What do you mean mixed waste? I'm exporting bio waste and fertilizer. I'm gonna set up the counterclockwise route for the trams next. It's also the waste train cars, which I wanted to use because our mixed waste was running a little bit full. It's still fine. Lots of construction waste in here that needs to get emptied out. Calling station first. Missed yesterday's library simulator stream. Yeah, that game I enjoyed so much. I wanted to ask the developer or publisher. I don't know if it's. I think they're self-published. If they would be willing to hand out a key for streaming, because I would like to do a series already. Full run, but it might be too early since there's not even a release date yet. I also will need to produce more cableway cars, which is not an issue. Didn't know that some countries purchase tons of garbage in real life. Yeah, there's money to be made. Both for industrialized nations who want to get rid of the garbage for relatively cheap for their, from their point of view. And then countries who just buy it and dump it in something, or just recycle it the same way we recycle stuff in workers and resources, by just burning it. Which is legal in their country, but not in the country of origin, I guess. Man, I am really excited about the prospect of my future cities just not caring about it and just slapping large heating plants in the middle of urban environments. And just, sure, it's fine. We'll just build 2 orphanages, it'll be fine. And we can use that for criminality reduction. I think the next attempt in workers and resources might be, can we get to 10,000 citizens in a stable city that doesn't use any police stations and courthouses whatsoever? Because that draws a lot of workforce normally. I admire the waste sorting stations in European countries. Yeah, they're quite extensive. Uh-oh, the train picking up coal, where is it? Hasn't come back yet. Is it going to the... oh, it's going to the border. Right, it has to turn around at the border. Maybe I'll set up a turnaround loop somewhere nearby. I don't know. A waiting yard. Maybe a coaling station on the opposite side of the vehicle production line, so trains can also go through here and coal. Or maybe on the exit. 450-meter long trains coaling past the vehicle production line. That would make sense, especially if we're planning to have a heating plant over on that end. And we can connect that to a heating plant and a coaling station. Although the heating plant will have its own dedicated storage. I wonder if they implemented a system somehow where the water quality that you pump into trains affects the acceleration rate. I wonder if that's a thing, now that I think about how much water quality affects everything. I don't think it does, but because my reason for thinking that it doesn't do is because the water quality, whatever you pump into a rail construction office, gets turned to 100% quality water. So maybe it doesn't track that or care for it. Because it only shows you the coal that you have loaded on a steam train. I think the water is just being consumed for the loading process, but not being tracked. It's worth to purchase the Early Start DLC. Only if you want more of a challenge and realistic mode, or if you really love the style of the old buildings and horses. You want Early Start DLC if you want steam trains. Forgetting something really crucial there, Mega Monkey. It's for steam trains. So, do you want this? There's our train, there's our shunting train coming back after coaling. Nice. So yeah, I think you buy the Early Start DLC for steam trains and then you stay because it has so much other content in it. At least that's what happened to me. I was happy with the steam trains, and then they kept adding more and more stuff. I'm sold. Yep. When you go to the store break, can you attach us to a train with the longest way? No. I'm not going to the store. I already was at the store. Not today. Earlier this week. Oh my god. More emotes. I need to stop talking about... Well, it was extreme relevant topics. And now we're getting more emotes for that too. Okay, Mega... Just so you know, no Thomas the Tank Engine emotes, right? Just so we're clear. That would be too much. Why? Just... Because I fear there's tons of them and Mega doesn't know when to stop. I don't know how many emotes we have. I think the limit was 600. Maybe half full. Oh, wait until you play a Thomas game. Thomas was alone. Yeah, suddenly Thomas the Tank Engine emotes start popping up when I play that puzzle game. Limit is 1000. Dang it. I don't need this connection anymore. And I think that got auto-placed when I set up the building and it didn't have a connection where it knew where to go to. Definitely don't need that. I'll turn off the waiting at the cableway station because it doesn't go anywhere yet, and it'll only accept workers anyway in the future. No passengers or students. I might set up another heating plant here. I think I'm past the point where I care about pollution, I'm gonna be honest. We're just gonna do whatever we want now. Just heating plants in the middle of residential buildings, it's fine. Problem is gonna be how we will maintain the coal deliveries to those heating plants. Because a single distribution office cannot keep up with the coal deliveries to the heating plant here. It's only going to help a little bit. Profits over environment. Well, I also don't really care too much about the profits. As long as I'm making a little bit of money, I'm good. We need population growth. I'm not really a fan of the gap in between, but I guess it's window to window. Sure. Okay, traffic jam. You are going to pick up crops from this stop now, not here anymore. That's too deadly for our city traffic. Wait a minute. What did I remove? I thought I removed that. Sure, it's fine. Let's see. No, you have one building more. Okay, we'll copy it back. I don't know what I removed. Oh, there's a horse feeder at the top. Right, I removed the wrong thing. Remove the crops building. Add the new crop source. Copy it over. The horse feeder carriages are not going to go back to this area. Oh crap. Abort! Go back out of the area. Where's my fire trucks? Okay. Yep, that's the reason why the horse feeders are not going to go in here anymore. The crops warehouse will be emptied out, I think, and used for something else. Which means we're not going to carry crops into the city anymore, as well. I think. The shunting train will move crops out of the city. Load crops. Unload crops, wait until unloaded. That might backfire, but sure. We have to move the crops out of here. I mean, there's only a certain amount of train cars for crops, I guess. Yeah, having a one-way road here would be better. I mean, I guess we could lure them, send them out of the area on this road. Through the fence. Somewhere into this area. Couldn't really make it a one-way road, I don't think, unless I put a sign down. I think I'll do that. Pause. Pause, both. Hook it up. And then remove the fence here. Guess that should be enough. Only this was long enough for also preventing traffic going into this area. But I guess we won't be able to do that. I don't know. Let's see, can we put a traffic sign in? Yes. Can't really do the same for the food supply, I guess. There's no room for them to get out of this area. Unless we get rid of one of the warehouses, but then they would still cross over each other. Unless I put a tunnel here or something. Or a way for them to drive out of this area, I guess. Something like that. Here we can definitely put a one-way sign in so no one enters the area from this end. But for a second cargo hub and simply reduce the amount of traffic coming here. You and your simple solutions. We still have a warehouse that isn't being used. I'm gonna make a dedicated chemical backup warehouse and let's empty out the crops for now. You were all full of crops, what the hell? Silly. Maybe I can move the mechanical and electronic components up to these two warehouses and get rid of the last two warehouses to allow myself a traffic sign at the end, which will prevent incoming traffic. I mean, I could also build a brick road and then just put a one-way road on it. That would also get rid of it. I don't know if I want to upgrade this road to a brick road though. You are not picking up crops anywhere. The crop pickup is unassigned. I mean, you were delivering crops to repair stations, I guess, to veterinaries and stuff like that. But if we still need this, you're gonna pick up the crops elsewhere. And I don't think we need that. Because the veterinaries are very few vehicles. I don't really like this one, because there's so many trains that could be running through here. If the fuel delivery train gets any longer, it would also become a problem, because then there can't be any vehicles exiting this way, so I don't think we'll do that one. Might even build a fence here to close it off. What did I just... Oh. That's the wrong removal tool. Oops. I want the fence one. Sorry. I removed some gravel groundworks. I'm sure it's fine. Can't really go much further than this. Need a fence with a road connection, otherwise I won't be able to build this. Still awkward. That one is smaller. There we go, get a fence in here. We got our connection through on this end. Damn, you hit boxes. I mean, that makes it challenging. There, build most of the cableway towers, please. Yeah, if the horse feeders don't have to, the horse feed vehicles don't have to go to this anymore, traffic is gonna be significantly reduced. That will help. Let's empty out all the crops, and maybe we'll just move the electronic and mechanical components back. I guess I could have left the fence in here then. Look at how few vehicles this is. We'll wait. Might not need the traffic optimization, but the crops need to come from elsewhere. And maybe the horse feed distribution offices need to be somewhere in this area. Behind the food factory, for example, we could put the horse feed offices in. Would be a lot of left-hand corners to get to the warehouse, I guess. But yeah, let's build these distribution offices down here instead. Fire station. Seems to be close enough. Don't think I need an extra one. Cargo station at the back of the warehouse, yeah. That looks pretty good. Good idea. I'll use the small traffic optimized version. And then they can all do a right-hand turn into the cargo station and then get out of the area. Excuse me, waiting until unloaded for crops was a terrible idea. Who would have thought? This is not going to work at all. Wait, we're unloading and then we're loading it again. Yeah, don't do that. Unload this. Back it up. I guess we'll only load 10% crops. Achoo. This is not going to work that well, I don't think, but Unload, unload. Yeah, load a tiny amount of crops. We'll try and get it moved out of here. It can only unload into the warehouse, and the other trains are basically always keeping that full, so it's not really going to work out that well. I might run into issues where I'm not carrying enough food over again, because the crops are keeping the food stuff. You know what? Yeah, just don't load. Wait, load food. Unload here, unload at the warehouse, including everything. Don't load crops. We'll tell the trucks to carry it over. It's fine. Someone else can carry it over. Or we'll just remove it, that's fine too. Yes. Bruh. Iron bruh. Someone found the sound alerts. It's all because I redeemed the K confetti. Redeem. Okay, we'll test it with a dirt road, I guess. That we can do easily. What do you think you're doing? I guess that's allowed. My god, it's so slow. Another warehouse on fire. Probably gonna put the fence back. But as long as they only want to go to these 8 smaller warehouses, it's not too big of a deal. Yeah, the trains are also all keeping the trains are keeping everything filled basically. I need to remove the crops otherwise. Don't unload it here. You can load crops from the goods station again. You can also load crops from the crop warehouse. Don't unload crops into here. Just distribute it amongst some horse feeders, I guess. Get rid of those later, those assignments. I mean, that's what the horse feeder distribution office can do. But I don't want them to go into that area because they're just clogging everything up. No, it has to be done by the trucks. There we go. Let the trucks do that. They're more efficient. Traffic signs? Yes, but I can only put a traffic sign up here. It's too short on that end. It's not enough. Wait, no it isn't. It has enough room because I placed it in 2 steps. There should be room for a traffic sign here. Because I placed a very weird road. But there's too many nodes next to it, so I can't really place it. Unfortunately. Oh well. And it's a dirt road, so that's there too, I guess. We might move the last 2 warehouses up and then just extend it, but I'll probably just put the fence back. Click on the center. I did. It just snaps to the other points. I can't put a no access allowed sign here. I would need to create one-way roads first. I'll put the fence back. There's not that much traffic. Without the horse feeding carriages. Chemicals should be transported again. Let's worry about where the horse feeding distribution offices are gonna go next. somewhere here. And then the distribution office is on the inside, so they do a right-hand turn into the pickup point and then just leave the area. I'll probably move it a bit. Just bought early start, nice. I hope you like steam trains, because that's what you're gonna be doing. I believe. I swear. I want one more building here. What is out of chemicals? This one? I guess. Where's the train for that? It's going to the customs house. I guess it just got repaired. No, it did not. I guess there was a traffic jam of sorts. Train on my second favorite vehicle. What's the most favorite vehicle then? What is better than slaughterhouses? Okay, well, I don't drive slaughterhouses normally, but okay. Should be able to place that if we get rid of the factory connection. And then place it again. There we go. Semi-trucks. Ah, okay. Makes sense. Volvo FH. That's why someone was here when I was playing Euro Truck Simulator, I guess. Why is it called a semi-truck or a truck? I guess the trucks are the ones that have the flatbed in, or like the cargo stuff integrated, and the semi-trucks are the ones with the hitch. I would assume. So we'll relocate the content of the horse feeder distribution office vehicles out of this area, closer to their new source, which is going to be the cargo station from this warehouse. And then horse feed shouldn't be an issue anymore until it becomes an issue again, and that will hopefully be something when we set up our own meat production. Then we have another warehouse where horse feed distribution into the city can come from. How's your water doing? I haven't received the information yet that my water well is done. Right now it's doing okay, but if it undergoes maintenance again, it'll be not okay again. So I want to see if it works better with clean water. Semi kind of implies there could be a full, no? Well, I assume the semi-truck is the one without the trailer. And the trucks are just trucks that have the trailer integrated. Who played Euro Truck Simulator? I did. I played it on stream for a couple streams. Was good fun. I might need to attach another waste train car or two onto the coal train. Okay, you're gonna do a one-time trip to get the waste out of that storage, so it's less scary. Make sure you have coal. Pick up whatever waste you can at the waste storage. There's our problem, another vehicle. And then sell it. And then go back to the depot. What is it now? A refrigerated vehicle. Right, I also don't produce those, I guess. Dedicated line to the small shopping center. Where's the other truck I moved? I guess it already got used for as a replacement vehicle somewhere. I moved the vehicle into this depot and it got used as a replacement vehicle, I'm pretty sure. Let's make some refrigerated trucks. American Scania was one of my favorite trucks. First part on a mouse? No. Second one with a wheel. In honor of the truck talk, yeah. It's that truck emoji. Kind of suck at building organized rail network. What YouTube channel do you recommend to learn? I don't know. I don't watch YouTube channels to learn that stuff. I just try stuff out. I unfortunately can't help you with that, because I have no recommendation for that. Everything is sort of homemade here. And if you're a long-time viewer of the channel, you knew how my rail networks kind of developed once I started implementing long trains. Then everything went kind of weird and away from Factorio and started implementing more long-term train networks. What a bad guy does, very unloyal. No, it's all good. It's all good. Last tram. Tasty cakes, nuclear pastry option. That's yellow cake. I don't think it's that tasty. Streamer, I am doing my laundry. Excellent, Decipher. I also kind of need to do my laundry. Well, there's still time. I'll just buy some new ones first. Also, why are you money laundering? Explain that, please. I think the train went to the other coaling station instead. It's now going on a round trip to the customs house. Oh yeah, it's coming back, sure. Ask Mega Monkey why you added that emote. I just use all emotes with laundry in it. So you're money laundering, got it. Very irresponsible. Okay, pick up the last couple of vehicles. And then let's organize a tram route. Off of the same end station, I guess, until it becomes absolute chaos and a traffic nightmare, but for now, this is our end station. I mean, we could also use the other one. This one isn't really being used for anything anymore. From this one, counterclockwise, so you come down here, 4 passengers and students. No, not students, just passengers. Wait, I'm sharing that, am I? Yeah, passengers and students is shared right now, that's fine. I guess we do one trip through and go to the end station again. Do a test run. Unreachable. Yeah, right. Right. That stuff, of course. I have to bring you to the small train depot instead. Should have maybe saved the route. What are you playing on right now? Moscow. Moscow from the World Maps DLC. Any weather alerts? No, not really. I don't think. Happiness is just going down. Alright, let's make the route again. They couldn't launch from the long train depot because it wasn't connected. Off of this, we do a... How we do this? Clockwise. Load, no workers. I mean, we can still unload, I guess. Yep, that works. And then go here and back to the end station, and then go back through this way. Sure.
Help me, I'm stuck in the toaster!
That is a very inconvenient situation, I must admit. But I'm sure I'll get over it. That one just did a U-turn. I saw it. Did you see that, Mega Monkey? It did a U-turn. Like, on the road, just a U-turn. Bam. They can do it. They just don't want to. Oh. I guess. If you don't want to do U-turns, it's fine. What is your problem? Why are you out of electricity? I got a problem. Why is this building without power? It's affecting all of our trams now, isn't it? No. I mean, this building's out of power, yeah, that's fine. I guess you got stuck on it, and then you can't move because it's out of power? Great. problem. Quick, assign them all before any vehicles arrive at the train depot, so they know that they can just go that way. Okay, now it's too many. Okay, well, that's a problem. We can't get this one to move anymore. Czechoslovakian trams are ahead of their time. Yes. Look at those U-turns, beautiful. Still, we have one tram that's stuck. I guess I can't really do anything about that. Is that going to happen to any tram that tries to go over that? Do we need to actually have electricity connected to all of them? Might be another learning experience. Well, let's try one more. Power doesn't flow through them. Okay, well then... 2 trams, I guess. Only out of them. Great. Okay. Produce me 2 more trams. And I'll hook up a connection for some power here. So all these stops have electricity flowing through them. More or less. We do have high voltage switches. So 3 incoming. Is that even that smart having all 3 coming through here? I mean, it's the main distribution point. I guess it makes sense. Yeah, sure. We got a transformer directly connected. We got another switch. And then we should have another switch off of this, I guess. Czechoslovakian engineering and industrial production was on par with Deutschland back then compared to other Soviet bloc countries. Cool. Also very nice jet trainer aircraft, I-39. L-39. Well, why don't you just write it as an L then? That would make more sense. Albatross. Albatross. If you write it correctly, I'll get it. No problem. There's always a pipe getting in the way. Oh, wires. Tons and tons of wires. Can road to the transformer? No, cannot. I don't think. Maybe. Let's try it again. Probably not, no. Yes, yes it can. You just gotta want it hard enough and then it works. Maybe it's better to put the transformer here, but I think it's slightly longer, isn't it? Now let's change them up. This looks a little bit goofy. If this works, that is. Sure. Goof was good. Well, yeah, but it looks kind of weird. I think this will look just as well. Okay, maybe I'm gonna have an issue with the high voltage connection, I guess. Is this better? Nah, it's fine. Starting with desert map, because I can't stand snow. Extra pain in the arse with the heating pipes. You could also do the Asia maps. I think the desert map gets a little bit cold, but the Asia map would be completely doable without heating. There's no the desert map is too, but yeah. You will get a couple warnings about things being too cold. Not too big of a deal though. Yeah, that footpath makes no sense. Get that out of here. Get rid of that one. You need to help remove your crops. It's just going to take a while, I guess. Especially with all the construction vehicles now getting horse feed directly into their buildings. So go from this to another switch to... We could go back to the switch now. Which I guess is not a bad idea. that. Okay, the water well is up and running. It's at 92% quality, but it's also only making 100 cubic meters per day. Something is off. Something is weird with those buildings. Did they change the production capacity and didn't tell anyone about it? Seems weird. $70, $30, $46, $70, $75, $66. It's over 50 on average. I'm expecting at least 130 cubic meters. Well, I guess I would get that if all the workers are here. Okay, never mind. Let's test it again. 79% quality water. 100 cubic meters. Okay, let's turn off the other water input. This one's already off. I guess we'll demolish this real quick. Now it's just clean water coming in. Quality will slowly start going up. Let's see if we get more processed water this way. That's why I don't use only the modern small well that doesn't need workers. Well, it's too much for this run. It's illegal. The issue is also not the well, because the water siphons have the same issue. They output full capacity, but the water purification plant doesn't produce enough. If this doesn't make any difference, then yeah, we don't need to change our water well purification plant setup. We're at 92 now. And go. I don't think it makes that much more. Well, we're definitely making more than 100, which we had as a limit before, so it's definitely making more. And the water quality is still improving. It's, I guess, making 20% more now? 10%? Yeah, 20%. It was bumbling around at 90 and now it's 115. So I guess we do need clean water to get better quality, more productivity of our water treatment plants. Unless we build multiple water treatment plants and just do it in stages. That would be so weird to do though. Like, I guess I can also skimp it a little bit off the top and just do less water quality. Which might be good enough too. I guess the difference between what we want and what we get is the problem. What if I do pre-processing? So every water, no matter if from the lake or from a water well, we get through some water treatment that brings it up to a certain amount, and then we can decide if we want drinking water quality or just food perfect. Oh, that's so much infrastructure though. But at least we would get more efficiency out of the buildings, because they only can do 26 cubic meters of waste removal. So we would have to set up a water purification for the river first, and then run it into the city water supply. That's such a weird thing to do 2 water processing steps. I guess it's better than the water well though, isn't it? I mean, this doesn't require any chemicals, but it uses a ton of space though, which I kind of don't want to use. Space that we can't really have anything on top of it, other than maybe a logging camp, which I don't want to have in the city. So what if we run this water treatment plant before the second one, and just split up the work into 2? And then we just do this one. So no water wells. We'll get rid of that again. Has done its job. Thank you for testing. Cancel that. We'll get rid of the pipes first. So for the incoming water, we'll set up another water purification plant. So we'll have a water well go into a secondary water processing plant first. So we'll have a no, not a water well. We'll use the water input from this area. We'll go through this one first, and we'll increase it in steps. So what's like the ideal? If it says 10% approximately for water treatment, it's like 26 cubic meters for 240 cubic meters of water. 26 cubic meters of wastewater, which is more than 10%. So we go from 77 to 87, and then from 87 to 97, I guess. And then we have drinking quality water, so we need 2 water processing plants to hopefully get full efficiency. I have no idea if this is going to work. This is just my assumption how it can work now, I guess. I never ran into this problem. I guess the low capacity buildings are doing this right now, which is kind of cool. We also need to get rid of this now. Both of these will flow into 2 different water pumps feeding into the water treatment plant. I mean, the other thing you can do is just do both water treatment plants and process the water in both of them, but less efficiently. And you get the same result, I guess? I don't know if it's the same result. I would assume it's the same result. Could there be any difference? I mean, I guess we can try it for the health of our humans real quick. I would need to try the water purification to 87%. See what it does. Still, oh, it doesn't need that much right now, so it's still only doing 103. I don't think this idea will work. I would have expected this to output more processed water right now. Well, let's give them back drinking quality water and remove all of this junk. So that's not working. If this jumped up to 200 cubic meters or 150 cubic meters at the very least, I would have said yes, let's go for it. Also, we'll have some poor quality drinking water in certain places now. I'll get over it. It's 97%, it's not poor quality. I think it's more about PSI. It is full pressure. We have a dedicated water pump feeding into the building with max pressure. Well, it's slightly splitting up, but only for coaling stations, I guess, which don't draw water all the time. These ones can run with higher pressure. We have tested that. So if I turn these off and turn them back on, they go to 131, 132. So they do not limit the water throughput. It's the water processing plants which limit it to 105 out of the 240 that they should be doing. do you think it's the dropping happiness that's causing this? Is it going to be slowly a death spiral for dropping happiness, not cleaning enough water anymore? I think we need the second water treatment plant and hook it up into the existing system, and both will just do water treatment the normal way that we've already set up, and it'll get slowly more efficient as people get happier, I guess. But otherwise I don't see a way of changing this right now. Then we'll bring the water in along the same pipe, but instead of the water treatment plant, it'll pass to one of these water pumps. I mean, this is our city's water supply right now, these two water pipes. Could hook them up in here, tag down one of the pipes and split it up into two water treatment plants of 100 cubic meters, which would be safe, and then maybe relocate more water treatment plants closer to the coast. Yeah, I think you might be right, it might be the productivity of the building rather than what I thought it would be. Don't think it's the water quality. Okay, I guess we'll build this too. Damn those lazy fools, yeah. I think the slowly dropping happiness is going to wreck our society. Maybe I'm gonna try something. This building sends people to the treatment center, so we will employ people with high loyalty in here over time, which then get sent to the water treatment plant, and maybe they'll produce more. Can't they see they're killing themselves? Yeah. Oh, the humanity. It's real bad. Looks like the loyalty is not working, because there's too many wardens with insufficient loyalty, because the secret police is not doing its job. I still haven't decided to build the second secret police yet. Not the second, the third or fourth. Could have another secret police up here too, I guess. Culture enjoyment at 91% might be an indicator that something is not right. Should be 95, I think. Also, we need to set up the power line so we can run the second tram. Bring citizens from the area of the city to the culture buildings. They have a couple, but they're insufficient, like I said. Pumps max out at 150 cubic meters per hour, yep. Which is enough for a 127 cubic meter water pipe, but we're only getting 110. No. That's close enough, I guess. 110 is okay. Yeah, I'm just asking for too much from this No, I'm not asking too much. I was pumping twice the amount of water into it, and it says it can do 240. I had 2 pumps running into it before, and it wasn't happy with that. I don't know. I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna set up a second one. We'll bring it into the city and disconnect this. So one area takes care of the northern sector of water, and this area takes care of the other sector's water, and then everything is going to collapse because of that. It'll be a beautiful chaos. I was planning for 2 pipes of 200 cubic meters together from one water treatment plant. That's why 2 water pipes are leading in. Guess we can't do that. Maybe over time we'll improve efficiency, but if this is tied to our loyalty, it's very risky. I thought the production percentage shows you the total maximum. Like, you can't even go higher than that, even with loyalty, I would assume. I don't want to risk it. Like, if you go to 100, you can't produce more. Which kind of tells me that this thing can't produce that as much as we thought we could. I think the numbers might be incorrect. Maybe we can only do 1 water pipe of those. But that would mean, why would I use those instead of the larger one? Bug report time, yeah. That means we're also not going to build this one. Until this has gone through, including the pipes and everything. Like, stop. Because we might have to place it again with an updated version. I'm gonna drop this in real quick. And write a report real quick. Yeah, I would say they copied it, tried to make it larger capacity, but it isn't actually larger capacity, so the numbers might not have been updated. Which means that this one could actually handle the output that we want, but it's not going to be possible to change it without reworking the area by tearing it down and placing it again, so I'll have to make a temporary water purification plant that feeds into the area when we have to tear this down and place it again. Unless it updates its data. I don't think it'll do that, but maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll just at some point start producing twice the amount, which would be great. I mean, certain houses have had their numbers changed, but you had to place them again, I think. Production numbers on the water treatment plant can be slightly misleading if a plant is purifying significant impure water, such as water from surface water. Maximum production per day may be lower. Yes, we tested that. There was no significant difference. I tried it with a water well, with 92% quality water instead of 77. The difference was not that noticeable. And also, I think yours is water treatment plant for the sewage treatment, because it says divide wastewater maximum by the amount of impurity removed. So it's not the water purification plant, but the wastewater treatment. But yeah, it looks like it has the same percentages as the other one. I mean, I would need to test that, but 80% to 105 cubic meters. 10% would be 10 cubic meters, so another 20 cubic meters on top, so that's about 120 cubic meters, which is what the other plant can do. So I think the data here is not correct for that building. The removing waste will slow down the water treatment. Like I said, we tested that. I had a purified water well here with 92% quality water. It didn't make a difference. Not a noticeable difference. Now it's running back on 77 cubic meters, 77% quality, and it's still doing 110 cubic meters a day. Did not make any difference. And when it has to undergo maintenance, then we're going to be screwed again, because it'll start reducing the output, and people are going to get salty about that. The remove and waste should not slow down the building. It just increases chemical consumption, from what I understood. That's the whole reason we tested this setup. It did not produce more. It might do it, but we're also already at capacity. Let's see what it says when I remove the... So yeah, we're at 110. Maximum 113. A little bit less because of the pollution. You know what? I'm going to test that right now. I want to know. So we're gonna go real quick. I mean, it's almost yeah. We're gonna put a cut in here for the MegaCity stream portion. I'll go into a different game real quick to test this, but the MegaCity run is going to be suspended for here for now. And after I'll do my testing, I will take a break. The stream will take a break. So let me do this real quick. I'll do it on stream, I guess. With MegaCity, yeah. All over because of that. Let's give it a try real quick. Realistic mode is fine. No, realistic mode must be off. Infinite money. And we'll just drop in stuff real quick at the border, because there we will have electricity. So we'll set up water treatment plants, small. And that one. We'll set up water destination, which is going to be an underground reservoir that we can empty out. They'll both get large water pumping stations going out of the building. The large building will get double. This is a modern one, isn't it? Get rid of that. This one. All right. So just in case they flip the data, we're going to put 2 outputs on each with 2 dedicated water pumps. So they can output, should be able to output 240 cubic meters of water. And then they need a water source, and here we will use these small water wells because they don't need workers. 70 cubic meters each, which means we need 3. Oh, let's put 4 down, I guess. No, let's do 3. That's 1 large water pump. If we get 240 or 210, that doesn't matter. That's not really the point of the test right now. Okay, for the... I guess I need double the input, just in case they flipped stuff. Because I said I wanted to test that too. Yeah, I guess we'll have double. Wrong connection. Stream needs to go to the store. We're not going to the store, no. Okay, we'll double this. There. Now each should be able to run at around 210 cubic meters of water. All we need to add is workers of varying loyalties. I guess I'll drop the citizen reactions to easy so they don't get unhappy that quickly. We still need electricity and we need to add chemicals to the buildings. Chemicals have been pre-purchased for us. Let's add several substations, so power is not going to be an issue. Okay, so power is present. If we turn on the power, the pumps will fill up. And we'll get the water pushed into the building. At 130 cubic meters, so that looks good. Okay, now we throw in the workers. So we got the one that can do 120 cubic meters and one that can do 240 supposedly. If these now behave differently, that would be weird. If this one can actually do 240. Let's turn them off and wait until they've been fully built. The houses, I mean. Okay. Got citizens in each, workers. Let's open up the buildings and run it at normal speed and see what happens. Okay, now it can do 180. This is weird. Why is this one now able to do 234? This is what I expected. We are getting to 80% production capacity and it's... maybe it was fixed. Maybe it was broken. Well, that's weird. I don't know what to think about that now. What's the water quality? 88% science. What does that tell us? It doesn't tell us much, right? Like here we're at 56% and it's 137 cubic meters. I think it's an early start bug. I mean, these are the early start buildings, it's just not the early start water well. But that one we already ruled out with the other water well that we set up and it didn't make a difference. Now what? Did I start my game? Was there an update after that? I don't know. That's the behavior I would expect. Let's cause some crime and get these people really, really unhappy. See what happens. Wait, wasn't there a cause crime button? I need to select a citizen. Execute serious crimes. More. Still too much loyalty. Oh wow. Is it really that, huh? Sheesh. Come on. Oh my god, it might be... Okay. Okay, well, there we go. Never mind. Looks like happiness, loyalty has that much of an impact, huh? Sheesh. But here it says now we get to 60% instead of we were at 80% in our other building, so it's still something different. Like, we were able to get to the 80% in the other building. This one is now at 60%. It has the number that I expect. 50 should be 120 cubic meters. So something is still off. But on easy. Yeah, that's true. But it's still showcasing the right numbers, isn't it? Okay, temperature too low, that too. Like, we're at 60% and we have the expected production number. In our game it's showing 80% and we're way off our production number. As if we are timed to 120 cubic meters. I wonder if there was an update. Yeah, maybe we need to set up the other water well purification setup and see if it works better. Okay, I'm gonna try that real quick. I'm interested. So this is just gonna be a test. Do we do that? I wanna know. What if our purification plant burns down and we rebuild it? Does it then become a new one? Loyalty? No. It's not loyalty. Not loyalty at all. Here the production percentage matches what it is actually producing. So if we get to 50% production, it's 120 cubic meters. It does actually include the calculation for everything. You know what? We're gonna load that real quick. Because that is something that could kill our city, and I don't want it to be a bug that kills our city. So let me try that out real quick. It's not gonna be a cliffhanger. Let's see. I want to see if this building actually has the capacity to do that. So this is just going to... I haven't done this before. Oh, it was still active. I don't need cheat mode for that, do I? I don't really need that. I need to turn off realistic mode, I guess. Build it. Get some chemicals. Get water input hooked up. Has 7 workers. No water yet, because I forgot to place the water pump. I need to hook up to the water pump, of course. Why is it... wait, what? This one is doing 1 cubic meter a day at 100%. What's going on? What? Hello? It's pumping 92 cubic meters a day. Is the production percentage bugged somehow? Like, look at this. Okay, now it's back down to 1 cubic meters. If I empty this out, this one shows 100 cubic meters. Okay, yeah, full productivity, but maybe it's only showing the processed water that it's drinking right now, and it's not pumping any water out. It might be showing the processing water as the water output of the building. Let's try that real quick. This one, I guess. Hook that up here, sure. What are you? Is it the wrong water pipe? It is the wrong water pipe. Get rid of that one. So that one we need to replace with a large one. You're without power supply. Well, that would explain some things. Good placing. Power. Testing. All spoilers for the next time we play, I guess. Get rid of the other water pipe leading into this. Did I hook this up to something wrong? Oh, this one isn't done yet. Right. There you go. Maybe the display is wrong. No, it's not. Wait a minute. Why is it behaving that weirdly? I mean, it's processing, but it's only showing the... Like, this processing water is only showing the output. It actually goes out of the building. It's only getting up to 133. I don't get this production percentage. I'm confused. I have no idea. I guess we'll figure that out next time. I don't know. Maybe there's not enough draw on the water purification to use that much water yet. That game, yeah. Anyway, again, thank you very much for watching. Let me see if there was an update. Just my version number should be 116. It is 116. No update. What a weird end to the stream, but yeah, I wanted to see. So the purification plant seems to run fine. It's just, it's measuring output weirdly compared to the productivity. I have no idea what it's showing. So confusing to me. No idea. Maybe I need to see if the water pipes have a... maybe it's the diameter of the water pipes that we're pumping out. Maybe I set up something wrong in that regard. But the second largest water pipe is 75 cubic meters and we're way above that, so it shouldn't really be. Anyway. As always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And ask in the secret testing channel. Yes. Let's see if we can raid someone. I'll go and raid you in workers and resources. There is someone new in there, streaming in English. Let me check.
Oh, we can't connect alright, so
Well,
I have
we're going to raid
connect
over
that.
to someone called Dakata. See what they're up to. I haven't raided them before. They're struggling with power lines. We'll see what's happening. If you want to stick around for that, please do. If not, that is fine too. I'll be back later. Maybe more workers and resources, we'll see. Maybe something else, not sure. Have a good start to your Saturday afternoon, wherever you are. And yeah, take care everyone, all the best. And maybe also next time.